Alright friends, welcome back. That's right, it's more Long Dark. And we're starting early today. The US and the Netherlands are playing in the World Cup knockout rounds right in the middle of when I would usually be streaming, and because watching the US men makes me a nervous wreck, I figured just for today, we will start remarkably early. And what will we be doing during this remarkably early start, you ask? Well, it's pretty simple. We're in Mystery Lake. We have done all we can do in Broken Railroad pretty much. We have forged in the Muskeg, and we took down a bar, a surprise bar. And it's been, and then eventually, with a minor detour, we did eventually manage to make our way into Mystery Lake. So we're at Trappers right now. What we're going to do today, a few things. One, we're also going to do the requisite looting, of course, because this is the Long Dark. We'll make our way down the railroad. We will stop off at the camp office just to see what kind of goodies we have there. Still keeping an eye out for a revolver. I would love to have one of those. Although I'm not sure if there are any potential spawns there in Mystery Lake. We'll have to keep an eye out. There could be one in the observation tower too. Maybe we'll check there too. But the other thing, in addition to the looting and the surviving and the whatnot, we want to we're going to find a moose. Now, there was no moose by trappers. There was no moose on the pond with no name. The other moose spawn point that I know of is in that little marshy area down below the cabins by the dam. So we're going to go look there. And if there's no moose at all in Mystery Lake, well, then I'll just be sad. But there's no sense in being preemptively sad when the game will take every opportunity to make us sad for us. Anyway. So, let's get moving. We might also see if we can take down a bear or two. We know for a fact that there is a bear right by Trappers, and there is a bear by the lake with the pond with no name. So if we can deal with some of those, that would also be maybe a good use of our time. Okay, that deer hide and those guts are curing. Actually, let me remind myself real quick. Okay, so when that hide cures, we have 2 deer hides with us, so we could actually make ourselves some deerskin pants, which would, not be unwelcome, because our pants situation right now is just okay. Oh, good grief, I never searched the safe. What a stupid I am. Okay. We can warm up with that. Okay, that's about 40. That's about 30. Yeah, right about 30. Imagine being committed to looting and then not even checking a safe. Okay, that was about 13. So 40, 30, 15. Yes? Yes. What loot have you for us? A stem. Haven't found one of those yet. And a can of gunpowder. Okay, less sexy. Hey, Mia, good to see you. Here, let me take a quick pause, give you a proper introduction. Oh, there we go. Yeah, welcome in, Mia. We are just getting started here. It is do we have accelerant? Do we have accelerant? Oh boy, do we have accelerant. We actually have too much accelerant, if such a thing is possible. Yeah, we are starting early today, because there are World Cup games on, and I want to be able to see them. I usually stream from 9 to midnight my time, but the games tonight start. The games start at 11, so I figured just for today we'll start a little early. All right, and I'm gonna make sure we are not traveling horrendously overweight, because if there are, bears and/or moose in our future, we should probably be able to run. All right, that's all probably fine. We how many rose hips do we have? 4, 5, 6. There, and 6 of those. What time is it for me? It is 6:04 p.m. as of this very moment. And that sounds like a blizzard outside, which is, I dare say, not ideal moose hunting weather. But let's see if it's an actual blizzard or just a plain old storm. Nope, that is a full-on by God blizzard. But not to worry, we have stuff we can do. What is? Oh, that's our big pile of coal. All right. How much cloth do we have? 13 pieces of cloth. I'd say that's a respectable amount. So let's do some repair. We have a sewing kit on us, yes? Yes, okay. Oh dear, we have a fishing... Well, that fishing tackle is just about dead too, so we might as well burn through that. That is the idea, yeah. We're here in Mystery Lake. There was not a moose by trappers, and there was not a moose by the pond with the name I can never remember. So... Come on, Astrid. So we're going to go down to the dam, and we're going to check the little marshy area down by the cabins. There we go. That's the way. How long is that going to take? An hour. All right, well. And if we happen to say, well, we know there are bears in the neighborhood, because we already encountered the bear here by trappers, and there is a bear down by the pond whose name I can never remember. We only have so much leather, Astrid. Let's not be futzing about with this. And we've already taken down one bear this run. It was not my intent to do so; it just kind of happened. But yeah, so that's generally the plan. While we're also going for a personal best here. Oh, we're sitting on 3 liters of water. Okay, we can probably afford to hydrate Astrid a little bit. And actually, what is your peep? Right now, 25 days. Not impressive in the least, I know, but I only started playing this difficulty like less than a month ago. So we're just building up. Okay. How much firewood do we have? 12 sticks. All right, that should be enough to get some cooking done. But we don't actually have any torches. Why do we not have any torches? Alright, we'll go ahead and use the craptastic fire striker, because we'll just get that out of our inventory eventually. But yeah, so we're just kind of pushing here, Mia, trying to get in a few last drips of fun, maybe set some nice records before update again on Monday. I don't have a tournament run or anything like that to preserve. So I thought this would be a good way to, see out to see out the rest of this character's lifetime. Can we? Oh, there we go. That's what we wanted to do. Yes. Birch bark, please, and thank you. And, oh, we have more birch bark. Nice. We'll definitely cook that up. Is there more we can craft? No, there is not. All right, then. Good grief, how much birch bark do we have on us? Excited for the DLC? Mostly. Like 97% yes. Most everything that has been talked about sounds okay to really exciting. I have questions about the cougar. That kind of gives me pause. And I also last night, ooh, cooking 3, awesome. We're going to power through at least one of these skill sets while we're here. Sai also brought up some legitimate concerns with Hinterland's track record with past updates and introducing some rather significant bugs. And with the way Raft does things, they're going to release it right away, and then 1 liter of water there. And no, they're not going to be working over the holiday break, which again is perfectly valid and the way things should work. But if there are any like particularly nasty bugs, or there's not going to be anyone there to. They're basically going to have to wait until January. So, I don't want to say I expect things to get broken. I'm hoping that what we end up seeing, it'll at least be playable long enough for Hinterland staff to come back after the holidays, make sure everything is shipshape and Bristol standard, and then get our console friends to have a playable product, without having to wait too much longer. Because asking them to wait 2 months at minimum to take part in their favorite game is a big ask. It's 28 minutes. Okay, there we go. Take care of this real quick. I want some torches. We're going to go outside eventually. Like, how about now? Now sounds great. Pick that up. Grab ourselves some torches. Yeah, you're on console. Yeah, it's so harsh. But again, it's at the same time, it's hard to blame Hinterland, because it's not like they're just saying screw the console players. It's only the PC players who are important to us. It's a consequence of having to deal with all the various and sundry problems that coming with through Sony or through PlayStation or all these other third-party platforms that are. And like I said, who is Hinterland to Microsoft? They're a user of their service, but they're a nobody. So Microsoft's not going to move heaven and earth to get Hinterland updates so that Long Dark players on Xbox can enjoy the DLC. So yeah, it's not great all around, but at the same time, I can understand why this is the way Hinterland chose to go about things. Well, I'm not thrilled by the weather, but we are temperature neutral. How temperature neutral? It feels like 15. Wow, that's practically balmy. I mean, the torch isn't giving off that much heat. Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. Okay, I have the rifle and I have a bow. Okay. Thought I did something very stupid and left the house with torches, but no weapons. But no. So yeah, now we're gonna make our way, at the very least, to the camp office. Probably. Get a little more firewood along the way. And actually, Mia, since you're a console player, you might be a good person to ask this. One thing I thought that might be worth doing, and I can't remember if I've mentioned this before, so apologies if I have. One thing that might be worth is... Are we protected from the wind here? We are not. Okay, well, you can just hang out there, the deer carcass. Anyway, one thing that I thought might be worth doing is including in the stream title, like, say, DLC content or spoilers or whatnot, just in case anyone does want to keep themselves as unspoiled as possible. Would that be something you think is worth doing? Because it's hard to tell, like, how many people are gonna like go dark for a month or two versus how many people are just gonna suck it up. And I hate that. Oh, there you are. Yes, yes, come. And I hate that's the kind of decision they're being pushed into, but that's the reality of where we are. I think we talked about that before. It'd be a great idea. Okay, good. Is that another wolfie up there? That's another wolfie up there. That wolfie is climbing up on a rock. Should they be able to do that? I didn't know wolfies could climb. Makes me slightly nervous. So maybe we go here toward the clear cut instead. Right, but yeah, those poser wolves. And he's got juicy bunnies over here just waiting to get got, but no. Wolfie's got to pretend to be something he's not. Pity. Run! Run, little buns. Or don't. I was right up on them before they even noticed me. Those are some bad survival instincts. There we go. That's what I was looking for. And we can poke our head in here too, see if there's anything worth looting. There usually is, I think. The deadfall area. Okay. Deadfall, not the clear cut. I always get those two confused. There we go. And, oh, okay. Yep, there's the stove, and then nothing else. Not terribly surprising, if I'm honest. Okay. And if not for the wolves, the torch wouldn't be strictly necessary, but one, is good practice, and two, I love the foams sound it makes when you light a torch. It's just so satisfying. Okay, so there's the electric the overhead cables, which will tell us the railroad is right up ahead. And there goes our torch, which is potentially quite inconvenient. Because we also know wolfies like to hang out here. Okay, yeah, looks like we came out a little ways ahead of the camp office, which is probably better, actually. Is that a Carl Bob? That's a Carl Bob over there. Okay, there's the derailment. Okay, and yeah, there's the cable that goes down to the camp office. Lovely.
This stuff will come in handy.
A T-shirt, Carl Bob? Really? Well, at least we got some crow feathers off them. Crow feathers are basically the big limiting factor, because previous stream we went on a big old forging and arrow making run. As long as your sprint meter full, don't worry about, well, you know, it is you're not wrong, Mia. Part of my concern there is the fact that I have on more than a few occasions I have come over, you know, a blind hill or ridge, and then there was a wolf waiting exactly on the other side. There wasn't even time to sprint. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, it's times like those I need to balance, you know, balance my paranoia with my knowledge of game mechanics. Yeah, don't do that. Solid advice, Mia. Thank you. Okay. Well, that deer's just running about, so doesn't appear to be any wolfies right up here. Now they might be hiding either back in that clearing or over there. But if we can get a clear shot to the derailment, that might be somewhere we can find a revolver. I probably should, maybe I shouldn't be as high on the revolver as I am. You know, it doesn't have the stopping power of the rifle, and it's still louder than the bow. Doesn't even have the stopping power of the flare gun too. But you know, my thinking is you can fire it from the hip and scare off wolves, you know, without having to aim at them and thus getting them to charge you. And it's still powerful enough to bring down a wolf. And is also considerably lighter, because like the rifle is something like 4 kilograms, which is 2 heavy hammers. Not including any ammunition that might be hauling around with it. There we are. Hang on. Too windy to light a torch. I bet it's not too windy in here. There you are. Okay. So, wait, did it... That sounds like the running away noise. Weird. Nope. Oh, game, why would you do that? Okay, that was a massive waste of time. And there's a wolf over there, and there's a wolf over there. I am not a fan of this turn of events. So, what we're going to do, we're going to stick close to this rock. We're going to stick close to this other rock. Yeah, unfortunately, there's someone between us and that wagon, so... Now, what are you doing, you crazy beast? Oh, look, there's 3 of them over there. There we go. You know, sometimes, Mia, you just gotta send a message. And you are absolutely correct. There is a flare right there. Oh, and a Summit Soda, too. And another sewing kit. I'm an even bigger fan of that. Anyway, now that we are... Oh, there were 4 wolves in the area. Now there are 3. Tell you what we'll do. We're going to leave that one there. Just because there are still unfriendlies in the neighborhood. Let's actually head up to the observation post, or the observation tower. We can spend the night there. And as it turned out, I had a blue flare on me the whole time, but you know. Waste not, want not. Now, I'm holding out hope for that revolver. But I think more likely at the observation tower, there's a rifle spawn, and we already have 2 of those, so wouldn't be the most helpful. Although I'd certainly take some ammo. You know, more ammo is always welcome. There are unbothered bun-buns, which tells me we should be clear of predators over here. Lovely. We'll have Astrid here just sashay her way up to the tower. Gonna lurk for a bit. Dog wants food and walkies. Well, I mean, if the dog wants walkies, maybe. Who are we humans to say no? So, appreciate the lurk, Mia. Please, and you're welcome back anytime. I think if I remember correctly, there should be another Carl Bob somewhere around here. And even if they don't have anything on them, there should at least be some more crow feathers. Or is it up here? Maybe it's up here. It is not up here. Oh, all right then. So yeah, I think the general plan here is we will head up to the camp office, probably pass the night there, because it's getting a little late, and the weather, while not full-on blizzard, is not exactly cooperative either. All you're going to think about right now is elevation, Astrid, and how much more of it you need. And then come the morning, we'll head down, we'll go over to the camp office, we'll loot that. There might, I don't, can you get a triple bear spawn? I mean, I don't suppose there's anything preventing a triple bear spawn, so there could be another bear down on the ice, but at a Mystery Lake. But even if there isn't, there's bound to be a whole silly amount of wolves out there. But we'll check the fishing huts and the little cabins out back, and then make our way to the dam and those cabins, and fingers crossed, a moose. Because if we're bereft of moose in Mystery Lake, where would the next closest one be? Don't think there's any moose in the ravine. More than likely not. Could very well be some in Pleasant Valley, even if that's a ways to go. I could go back into the Muskeg and check Marsh Ridge. That's a possibility too. I know there's a moose in Broken Railroad, but that's a long way to go for...
The sun is setting. It's gonna be a lot colder soon.
Yep, there's another rifle. Ah, well. Yeah, Broken Railroad, long way to go for just another moose. Okay, we got some peaches, got another small arms handbook, another hatchet.
Perfect.
In quite nice condition, too. Okay, little firewood. One rifle cartridge, more revolver, and another sewing kit. Very nice. We're very happy to see that.
Surrounded by snow and nothing to drink.
Astrid, please do not be dramatic. 81%. Let's see. Does it have any ammo? You do not. All right. We'll just drop that then.
I'm not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
Real quick, let's get a fire going. Nope. Yes. There we go. Just in time. Maybe. Assuming the fire, or we're actually successful starting the fire, which 75% chance, but
fire.
only a 75% chance.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Just in the nick of time. Okay. That'll go on there, and that'll go on there. Okay, oh, my goodness, 4% peaches. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to drop that. We're going to cook it, and then we're just going to let that sit. We're not doing that. Here, gonna make up a little more water, but in the interim, We'll tide Astrid over with some Summit Soda, and we should be able to make rose hips, absolutely. Do I have to take that? There we go. You gotta take it to get the cooking skill. I see. There you go. Can I just put that there? Hey, that's close enough. Might as well take that too.
I'm gonna need to eat soon.
Lovely. Okay, go ahead and cook up those rose hips, if you would, please, Astrid. That's got 47 minutes on it. Okay. Do we have any full medicinal teas other than the birch bark? The birch bark we gotta leave alone. There we go. I think we might have even left the I think that the ones we left back at Trappers were the teas we had drank down to bitty bites, which so we're carrying probably more than we need, but it also means we can drink those down and get ourselves free calories. Checking real quick. Cooking, we are 3. Very good. Fire starting, we're progressing to 3. We can finally ditch all this tinder. That would not break my heart in the slightest. Yeah, I'm reminding myself, no, no, no. Those are 4% peaches. I don't care how hungry we are. We do not want. Oh, let's see, torches. Torches? I have a torch. Okay. So we can start another fire in the morning. That's fine. I'm just going to get good practice, pick those up. And instead we will have Astrid power through more cattails. Alright. And the sooner that fire goes out, the sooner we can stop getting that goopy sound from the peaches. It is ever so slightly off-putting. Like, I mean, I appreciate the realism. It's the sound is just yeah. Anyway, the bed gets us a +6. Fire will be out, but that's fine. There we go. We're still temperature. Oh, it's an aurora. Wait, real good thing we're not out and about. Can we? Oh yeah, Cora was right. You actually, it's faint, but you can actually hear some piano on there. Doesn't that suggest that there's a radio station broadcasting somewhere in the world? Feels like that's the case. But you know what that means. If it's Aurora time, that means it's screenshot time. Real quick, because I can never remember what the Steam screenshot is. For this, it's F9. Say, turn the HUD off. And just look at that. Get some crows going in there. Ooh. There we go. And you got the little Canadian flag action down center, front and center. Mm. Well, hang on. There we go. And then we'll get we gotta get a shot of the tower across the way too. Very nice, very nice. Love the way it just kind of that green cascades across the sky. Man, the game is just something to behold, isn't it? The might also be nice if there was a button where you get the character to hold their breath. Is that the breath coming up can kind of get in the way of some shots, but can't have everything. Okay, no display, HUD. There we go. Anyway, see what's our rifle at? Our rifle is at 76%. Oh, actually, we did take the cleaning kit with us. Although we can do that anytime. But since we're here and we have the Aurora, it means we can see. And if we can see, we can repair. Also, harvest that up real quick. But what would be the most useful thing? That should only take 45 minutes. Let's give that a shot. Excellent. Thank you, Aurora, for sticking with us. Oh, that'll take 2 pieces of cloth, but maybe? Oh, nope, we just failed there. Okay. Give that one more shot. And that just failed. Well, bother. Okay, well, at least we got one repair out of that Aurora that we wouldn't have been able to get otherwise. Okay, and now we are back down to 100% BDTs. But Asker's fully hydrated and, halfway sated, so get another 4 hours, let's say. Excellent. Gorgeous clear day with Pinnacle Peaches. We remind ourselves we are not going to touch. Right here, just the sound of the stomach growling is a bit much. I mean, it's not so bad here, but when you're out and about and you can't really tell whether it's actually like a creature or your stomach, it can be slightly unsettling. All right, we'll leave the backup riffle here. But it is a gorgeous, clear day out. So we'll take advantage of the clearness and the calmness. And now we'll make our way to the camp office, and we'll keep the torch out, but not lit until any particular furry woodland friends happen to present themselves. You know what? I kept telling myself I'm going to do that. We will grab it. We will grab the safety stone. Something I told myself I was going to do, but never actually got around to doing. So there. Check that off the list. Now, I swear I remember there being a Carl Bob somewhere around here. But maybe that's only a thing on certain difficulty levels. Eh, who knows? Anyway. Yes. So now we will loot the camp office. Because we are ever so slightly hard up for food. That would be useful. And if for whatever reason the camp office doesn't deliver, we will very carefully head down onto Mystery Lake and then look for cattails. There should be a fair few there. Those crows near here? Does not appear so. Oh, of course. The crows are right there, where I left them. Or there's a human Corcus, a deer Corcus, and somewhere over there, a wolf Corcus. Speaking of, yeah, before we commit, let's use our vantage point. Yep, see, that's why we check. There's 3 of them. Okay, so one probably went that away. We got one up there, which is unfortunate, and then we got one that's scattered over there. All right. Okay, yeah. There's the wolf we left behind. Okay. All right, you know what? It's as still as can be. For now, anyway. And at the moment I say that, the wind kicks up. See if we can get a fire going right here. Actually, if I was being really min-maxy, I'd have seen if we could got a mag lens fire going first. Well, let's see. 75% chance. Okay. That's at least as good as we had earlier.
Come on, little fire.
And mag lens fires sure do take their sweet time. Hey, there we go. Okay. Now I actually want to draw those two over here. Those three over here. And not only so I can show them their dead friend. You're not gonna get any closer than that, huh? Dang it. Alright, that was not great. And now we have a wolf behind us, which is exactly what I wanted to avoid. Fire's still fine. Well, I know one way we can maybe speed this up a touch. Anyone? Any takers? Alright, just try it again. Hang on. We're on the fire. 27 minutes. Could use a little bit more stickage. Wait a minute. Do hides not give off any stank lines? I thought they did. Okay then. Every day is a school day, I suppose. Oh. Okay, fire getting low and the weather is turning. Just a few more sticks. Get the rest of the meat off of this bad boy. And the weather's no longer turning. Okay then. Can we not do that? Kind of what I expected.
I can barely walk with this much gear.
And now we are definitely heading to the camp office. In the full knowledge that there will be wolves coming up behind us. Because we are giving off maximum stank. No, we're not going to stop to pick up a burned out torch. Come on, we're better than this. We are a loot goblin, but we're not that much of a loot goblin. Yep, there are two of them right back there. You know, you're not being very subtle about this, Wolfies. You know, your big black fur on a white snowy background. I know you're supposed to be all like stocky and stuff, but not really doing the trick, if I'm honest. Not the not the way I would have preferred you to go, if I'm honest. See if we can get some better ground here. Because that first one's going to be coming back. I mean, that's just a given. So we want some flat ground so that when they do charge, there won't be any eccentricities in their path. God knows the wolves in this game are janky enough as it is. Apparently they've taken to moonwalking now. Winged him.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
I would have preferred a clean hit, but, you know, you take him out, you can get him. So there's one that's bleeding, and that's going to be running for quite some time. But there's one that just got spooked, and we have no visual as to where that went. So for all I know, it's waiting on the other side of this hill. So we're going to progress very slowly. Just in case. Alright. Are we that heavy? I guess we're that heavy. But, you know, the fact that there's a deer hanging out over there just doing its thing suggests that the wolf did not, in fact, flee over here. So we should be clear to go about our business. Alright, Mr. Lake, Lach Mystera. Grab a few more rose hips before we go in. There's always time for more tea. Just pop in here real quick. Drop, 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 drop. And we will grab those when we are good and ready. Ooh. More line, lovely. Whetstone, a hook too. Okay, all the usual things to start us out here in the camp office. Put that out, don't need that. And then I'll drop these things here to cure. Did we really only find three extra crow feathers out there? That's kind of disappointing. Ooh.
This'll come in handy.
Edible ketchup chips, the best kind. Right. Oh, it's just a bandage sitting there on the desk. Fine. Frontier shooting. After that display, yeah, we could use all the shooting help we can get.
This should come in handy.
I don't know about the antiseptic. We're lousy with that, but another stim? Absolutely. That gives us two stims. Another can. We're already very good on those. More matches. You love to see that. Okay, there's not a mag lens over here, which suggests there might be a bedroll sitting upstairs. Now we have one, obviously. And it's at a very nice percentage, but maybe we can trade up and get ourselves some free cloth in the process. But there's much looting for us to do between now and then. Nothing. Wow. Wow. We'll take a pot, certainly. Check down underneath. There we go. There's more bandages because we all know how much the game. See? Normally you just look there for one can of Pinnacle Peaches, but then you got another can sitting right under there. Another Storm Lantern. So we all know how much Hinterland loves to hide loot from us.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
Can opener. Do we already have a can? I thought we had a can opener. We did not. Okay. Well, there we go. There's some condition we can save on our tools. Anything hiding under here? No. All right. Onward. And we check back there. That's where we found the ketchup chips. And there's another Carl Bob. Hey, Carl Bob. Nothing, huh? All right. Keep on keeping on. Just a regular old book. So we can take that. Yep. Bedroll. Condition. 28%. That's what you call free cloth. Because, oof. Another book, and a moldy candy bar. We can certainly work with that. That's like a windbreaker? A not very good windbreaker. Let's see. We got... Do we have a pot? I don't think we had a pot. Oh no, we have a pot sitting back at Trappers, but we did not have a pot with us when we got to Mystery Lake. So we could go double pot if we wanted to, and we just might. All right, first things first. Astrid is hungry. But we also need, see what time it is? Oh yeah, it's just barely past, it's like 3 p.m. Okay, so we'll do a little bit. We will just tide her over. We'll give her a big dinner. How about that? But I would like to get her out there while the weather is good, and we can go do some cattail picking. So what else can we drop? Don't need to be carrying those with us. Got a few. We don't need to carry around the tools. Don't need to carry around the pot either while we're outside. One can will be fine. But you don't need a second bow. Or 2 whetstones. Or another one of those. Those are all fine. Do we have any spare clothing? No, we don't have any spare clothing. We do have another... Again, more antibiotics. It allows you with antibiotics. I tell you what, let's drop that and that. How long does that take? That only takes 4 hours. Okay. Then we'll drop one of them. There we go. Astrid is much more mobile now. So we will be able to sprint if we need to. Hopefully we don't. And now we go find some cattails. And we'll also poke our head further down the lake and then see what kind of wildlife is out there on the water. There will almost assuredly be some wolves out there. There always are. His question is how many? And then we'll keep an eye out for the bear that can spawn in that bear cave on the far side of the lake from where we are now. We're 2 for 2 in bear spawns in Mystery Lake today. Or in this run, anyway. Okay, it's not... Okay, we got some cattails. Not a large amount, but at the very least, enough to give Astrid a respectable dinner. And did those 2 wolves come in behind us? How? There's only a very narrow spot there. Did they wander down from the what? Weird, because I'm not there's no stank on us, so it's not the ones we left behind earlier still stalking us. Not that they would do that after all the time we spent at the camp office. Did they just spawn now? Weird. I mean, if I'm honest, I'm not that upset about it, because in theory, that might give us the run of the lake. As long as we, well, if we zone in, will they wander down to their usual spots? I'm not sure. But at the very least, we can check the fishing huts, because we don't have to zone in there. Okay, looking, still looking for cattails. Wait, we can check down there later. Are they hiding in the corners, maybe? No, they don't. They're not parked on the island. That's a rock. Okay, so far, I only have visuals on the 2 wolfies that came in behind us once we were out on the water. Now that makes me suspicious, but it also, you know, as I said, also suggests that, you know, we can go for a bit of a wander. Oh wow, more revolver cartridges. Thank you so much, game. I do so love. Nope. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll pick it up. That's another can of peaches we're going to cook and then just leave right there. Okay. 1, 2. All right. 1 fishing hut down. We did check over there. Any cattails hiding over here? I do see a few. And if there's one theme for this run, it is no cattails left behind. Although soon, hopefully, we get to fire starting 3, and then at the very least it'll be no cattail stock left behind, and we can unburden ourselves of all these cattail heads. But unless and until that happens, we will continue to loot Goblin. Rock, wolf, rock, wolf, rock. All right. You know, rocker wolf is like the bargain bin equivalent of stumper wolf. You still get, you know, a semblance of the thrill of the original, but you know, it's just not the same.
I think I can use this.
All right, usable peaches. It's better than 3% peaches. By at least an order of magnitude, I would say. Line and a hook. Wow, line and a hook in a fishing cabin? Who would have thunk of it?
I'm not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
You're lousy on Tinder. No, leave that. Okay, 2 fishing huts down. Maybe. So before we veer over there, we'll check this center island for cattails, primarily. But this will also give us an idea what other wildlife is out on the lake, if any. Is that one on the snow straight ahead? I don't think so. Nope, that's a Carl Bob. That does not count as wildlife. It is in the wild, but it is not live. Ergo, it does not count as wildlife. More feathers, please and thank you. Nothing, huh, Carl Bob? All right. You do you, bud. And right now, I don't see any other wolves. And neither do I see a bear. Does that mean we're 2 for 3 on bear spawns in Mystery Lake? Quite possibly. But we're going to keep moving. And we're going to keep cattail picking because it is getting close to sundown. So it's warm, unfortunately also foggy. But you know, that's a trade-off I'll take. Okay. next fishing hut. How many cattails? Oh, just the 61 cattails. You know, just in case.
Man, I could eat anything.
Rifle ammo, lovely. Sewing kit, very nice. Fishing book, probably make use of that at some point. More fishing tackle, boy. It's almost like people like to fish out here. It is wild. Okay, so here is the plan, if it can be called such. Okay, I'm operating under the assumption that something funky happened, and if we zone in somewhere, the wolves and the bears are going to respawn. Now, am I probably just paranoid? Almost certainly. Am I going to do it anyway? You're damn right I am. So we're going to start here in this fishing hut, and they're going to work our way back across that way, around to the far side, and then, weather and wildlife permitting, we'll head back to the camp office, where we'll finish out the night, and then we'll work our way from there. Yeah, because Bear Cave is right back in there. But thus far, no sign of the thing. Which, let's be honest, does not really break my heart. We're good on firewood, so we'll leave those sticks. But we will, of course, grab these. We'll hit the fishing hut, and then we will start the rounds. And if need be, maybe we can do that neat little trick where you actually put your bedroll actually on top of the shell, not on the shelves, on top of the cabinets in the fishing hut itself, and you actually sleep on top of the cabinets. That's a neat little trick. No actual competitive edge, other than it allows you to just, litter the floor with any and all. What do we got here? 90%. Pretty good. Less good, but that's just cloth for us. That's repair materials. Yeah, we'll just throw that down now. Get a few more calories in Astrid. Okay. Looks like there might be some cattails over here, although, man, we're pushing 50 kilograms. But you know what? If the game didn't want us to have this loot, it wouldn't throw it at us, so we might as well take it. It'd be rude not to, really, if you think about it. And really, like, we can ditch some, maybe even many, of these cattail heads while we're out and about. You know, we're supposed to be getting new harvesting animations as part of Monday's update. I'm curious, well, one, you know, why they felt the need. 44 cattail heads? Okay.
I'm starving.
Admittedly, probably a bit much. Also, I wonder, like, are we going to see, like, the characters' hands going out and actually, like, grabbing or bobbing around or whatnot? Okay, so we're going to pop our head in here. Or we're going to look around back first. Sometimes stuff spawns in the back, but, you know, on the off chance the bear comes in, this will give us the chance to just get in and get out. And we're not going to grab all the books. We have plenty.
I'll take it.
I will definitely take that. Yeah, we're just here for, like, no. Broom, crate, no. Anything down there? Nope. Anything down underneath? Nope. Anything on top? Nope. No, we do not need a tinder plug. We just left 22 pieces of tinder behind. Okay. Moment of truth. Is there a bear out there waiting for us? It's exactly as we left it. Well, shucks. But just because you're paranoid does not mean that they aren't still out to get you. Now, the speed at which we are moving means a stop in one of these cabins for the night might have to be a thing. But that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Now there might bear. Still got bear on the brain. Wolves can also like spawn out back here behind the cabin, so we will keep our head on a swivel. You know, bearing in mind the level we're playing. Hey, Will, good to see you. You are in the land of the living. Well, that's in the absence of any evidence to the contrary, sir. I will have to take your word for it. How you doing today, Will? Hope you're having a good weekend. Yep. I know I am on much earlier than usual today, but then you can blame the World Cup for that. And by the World Cup, I mean FIFA. Because really, you can blame FIFA for most things. Nothing there. Summit Sodi, very good. Pork and beans, fine. Just woke up and showered, so far so good. That's good to start the day off strong. Running shoes, absolutely not. The belief behind the books, we're already well endowed with those. Nothing there. That little thing under the bed. That is empty. Well, fine. Be that way, game. But yeah, the U.S. and the Netherlands kick off at 11. And since that was... Oh, there's a Wolfie. There's a Wolfie right up there on the hill in between these two. So I feel good about keeping my head on a swivel, despite the ice being kind to us. Yeah, so I figured rather than put myself through even more stress than usual, because watching the U.S. men is always is stressful enough as it is, we'll just stream a little earlier today.
Nobody needs this anymore.
A firelock? You know what? I'm going to say no. We're just going to leave that bad boy behind. Yeah, so we'll stream a little bit early. I'll check out, good. Oh, new peaches. Okay, 71%, not exactly new, but I see where you're going, game. Spray paint, no. And that way I can be a nervous wreck on my own time rather than inflicting my Spielkes on everyone else.
I've never been so hungry in my life.
Wouldn't imagine it being too stressful. Knowing you're lose going to make it easier. Well, but no, see, that's the thing, though. Well, it's the fact that they actually look decent. Dog food. Leave it. Well, definitely leave that. But you supported shit teams all your life, so yeah. But that's the thing. It's like they the U.S. men make it like, I mean, they, especially this term, they don't tend to run people off. They don't run people off the pitch, but they don't get destroyed either. It's like everything is cut so close, even against teams they really should be better than. So yeah, it is. They make you watch for all the entire game rather than being able to direct your attention elsewhere. So they're an advertiser's dream, really. Up to 71 cattails. Okay. Okay. You've only played England, who were any good, and you played bad. Well, I mean, how much of that was England playing badly, and how much of that was the U.S. playing well? And in any case, like it's not it's not like the Dutch are world beaters out there. So again, it's the knockout rounds of the World Cup. Crazy shit happens. That's a, no. Hey, this team has already matched my expectations. They got out, they qualified, and they got out of their group. As far as I'm concerned, anything beyond that is gravy. Oh, actually, the cabin over here is burned out. All right. And the thing is, like, this group is like they're one cycle before their prime. Like the team the U.S. put out against Iran was the fourth youngest they've ever put out at a World Cup. And the three that are younger than them were Bob Gansler's college all-stars back at Italia 90. Oh dear. Okay, that's an Aurora. That is not great. Fortunately, we have one intact cabin that we're going to get into, and then we're going to stay the night.
Oh, I've never been so hungry in my life.
Normally, Auroras would not be that terrifying, but unlike when we were up in the observation tower, there's actually wildlife nearby. And Aurora-charged wildlife don't give a fuck about fire. Yeah, the team's got an average age of 24, which is remarkable, really. There we go. That's what we're looking for. We'll do a real quick looting pass here. Nope. Enough with the spray paint game. You don't necessarily need star power. Well, I mean, did Greece have star power when they won Euro 2004? Stars make it easier, usually. But, teams still win championships. And, stars are no guarantee either. I mean, would you would you want Cristiano Ronaldo's star power right about now? Because that comes with its own set of baggage. Okay, hang on. So, well, hang on. This is odd. Now that is an Aurora. That is unquestionably an Aurora. And yet, actually, well, you know what? Maybe there's nothing in here for an Aurora to set off. No, there we go. Yeah, there's the piano music. Okay, and then there's like the two little lights over there. All right, so that's fine. So let's start offloading some of this rather heavy food. Because we don't need to be carrying all of that with us. And that'll also be 2 cans we can drop, which will be very helpful. There we are. No, at least 1. And the other nice thing about the Aurora being in session, we can also maybe get in some more repairs before Astrid is fully tired, and then tear that up too. We can make the most of the time that the Aurora is giving us. I would. How much cloth do we have? 8. Okay, and this takes 2 pieces, so
I need to find a place to rest.
We can't take too many cracks at this. Hey, there we go. Awesome. Really? As if you barely tried that first time. There we go. That's fine. I mean, I understand your point, Will, but I'm just my thinking is like, I've seen too many teams get to the point where they're dependent on a star rather than actually like trusting in the system and their teammates, all 11 teammates. A star is great to have, but if you make me choose, I'd rather have like a complete side that works well together than like a finally mending too. Than like you know one world beater and 10 guys. You know, I'm just gonna leave that. There's really no reason to keep carrying that around. We have so many peaches that are actually worth eating. Carrying around 2% peaches just seems silly. Okay, that's probably fine. So now everything's above 80%. I don't think we need to do more repairs. We also found a... Yeah, we found a not crap knife. So we can actually just leave this here and save the extra condition on that whetstone. Did we find a second hatchet? We did not find a second hatchet. That's just a plain old hatchet. Which, hey, fine. Fine by me. How about the riffle? Look forward to seeing what side England play. Kane, Rashford, and Saka. Yeah, I mean, you know, England looked good against Wales, and they look obviously they looked mostly good against Iran. You know, they leaked a couple, but you know when you scored 6, I guess your focus does tend to wane somewhat. I mean, we'll clean that up a bit while we can. I will say that, like, you know, Senegal was probably my dark horse pick coming into the tournament. Now they lost their best attacker to an injury like right before the tournament, so they're much less scary than they would have been otherwise. But still, there's a lot of talent out there. You know, several of whom play in England, so they won't be a complete mystery. There we go. Yeah, I knew we had a second hatchet. We'll just leave that there too. Okay. But honestly, most beyond the U.S., my cheering interest in the World Cup is the same as always. Is just cheer for chaos. And you know what? This World Cup has delivered. We all biddy tees. We're all biddy tees. Okay. Yeah, it's like, and we had, like, was it Morocco winning their group, getting some fantastic results. Japan beating Germany and Spain. South Korea beating Portugal. 2002 all over again. Saudi beating Argentina. It's just some wacky stuff happening. You run and grab breakfast with the family. They're still asleep. BRB. Okay, well, we fully support breakfast being the most important meal of the day here. So absolutely go to town. All right, that's several kilograms. We're not going to be lugging around with us anymore, which is good. Drop, drop. I think we go ahead and put that away for now. Honestly, we could use like 3 more hours. All right, good enough. Oh, right, the sewing kit is ruined. I mean, no, 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 we don't. It's one bit of cooking. We're already at cooking 3. Just relax. Just keep making teas. Everything will be fine. Okay. So, unfortunately, this is weather that is not conducive to it is not conducive to having a torch out, or at least a lit one. But since it doesn't qualify as a full-fledged blizzard, means those wolfies are still going to be out. So, are we really? We're only 12. All right. Anyway. Yeah, I guess I didn't check for cattails over here. We'll give it a quick once-over. We've only got the one down arrow, so we can take a little bit of cold damage. Or a little bit cold, anyway. I prefer to avoid actual damage. And the answer is no. I do not see any cattails to pick. Okay, yeah. So we'll make our way back to the camp office. We will dump off more of our collection of stuff. I guess the question then might be, do we want to push on to the dam? And honestly, we might not, because, you know, would the moose even be out in this weather? And even if it is this weather in which we would want to deal with it? Because say we bring down the moose, unless it dies in a very particular spot, you know, we're gonna have to, like, how are we gonna harvest it? You know, we're gonna quarter it. Where are we gonna, you know, lug those quarters? But we'll see. You know, the weather has been fairly variable. So we haven't had many. We had some, but we haven't had many, like, all-day blizzards. Usually they will come in, do their thing, and then get out. So if we get back to the camp office and say maybe we cook up that wolf meat that we acquired earlier, and we maybe take an hour or two off of some of those skill books. It might blow over. Also, now, okay, when we left, there were two wolfies that came in and said that they set up shop right around here. They dropped in right behind us. Very ninja wolf of them. And parked themselves here. And I do not see them. Which, again, not that bothered, does make me suspicious. But in the absence of actual reasons to worry, we'll go ahead and harvest the last few cattails here on the lake, bringing us to 76. A nice, spirited number. Okay. They hiding over here? They are not. Yes? Yes. Okay. Give me 77. 77 cattails. Ah. So yeah, we'll drop the stuff off up in here. I mean, other than the wind, the weather actually isn't terrible. Maybe we do. Maybe we check out the dam, if not the pond down close to the dam. Let's move the wolf. Go. Obviously, those have a ways to go. That takes 7 days, so obviously that's not going to be anywhere close. All right, and there's our other big old pile of stuff. Let's see, what do we? What are we gonna drop this? We have more books. Yeah, frozen angler, not the most pressing thing on our to-do list. Clothing's mostly fine. Got 3 stimps. I don't know how many of those we actually need to be carrying with us, but we have them, by God. And we'll drop 14 more cattail heads. There we go. Probably still entirely too many, but until we get to fire starting 3, better safe than sorry. Am I carrying around a cooking pot? I am not carrying around a cooking pot. What? Did I put the pot down? Is this the thing that Sai told me about last night? Things are just randomly disappearing? There was a cooking pot sitting here. I picked it up. I did not drop it anywhere. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. You know where it is? It's in the observation tower. Never mind. Okay. Nope. That's not a game mechanic. That's just streamer brain. All right. Anyway. We have the time. Oh, that's right. We also brought back the less. Here, we'll move over closer to our pile. We got the less good hatchet and the less good knife. Still be good to have those around, just in case. Oh, we also have a less good storm lantern. Actually, so hatchet, knife, storm lantern, and how much is that bow? That's a good bow. All right, that we're definitely taking with us. It's just not necessarily right this second. So let me go here. So Mystery Lake, camp off, wolf hide, 2 guts, knife, hatchet, lantern. There we go. Always good to have backups. Yeah, we probably don't need to be carrying around that many matches. There we go. 40 matches, probably enough. Anything else? I would hope if things get bad to the point where we need 3 stims instead of 2, things will have gone very poorly. Poorly enough to where we'll probably need that birch bark tea too. Um, Let's just drop the dog food. That all. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, we'll move both of those in there, both of those in there. That's more fishing tackle. Oh, speaking of fishing tackle, that can definitely go. We've got one mostly used. We might as well keep that on us. It's like 0.02. And the crow feathers are nothing, so we might as well. Wow, we only have one. We're down to one piece of cloth. Well, we can certainly fix that real quick. Yep, okay. Food. Drop. That's all fine. Yeah, 7 pieces of cloth. That's probably good. All right. You know what? The day is young, and the weather isn't crap. Let's head to the dam. Or at the very least, get near the dam. Then we'll see if it's torch weather or not. I mean, we can certainly use a torch in this weather, but probably won't need to. Wow. Hey, dear. Okay. Well, that tells me that, yeah, so we just, the temperature and the lack of wind mean we can keep the torch out, but we only have to pop it if there is a wolf nearby. Now, history would suggest there will, in fact, be a wolf nearby here before too long. Unless, say, we were to go back up and over there and cut over and just avoid the derailment altogether. But what fun would that be, really? Thing is, with the weather being as fantastic as it is, now would be the perfect time to go down to the marsh and check if that moose is down by the cabins. No guarantee, of course, but that there would be a disappointing 0 for 3 on moose spawns. And I don't know if you can, if there are possible moose spawns. Do you have to get at least one, like per run in a zone? I'm not sure. Maybe we just go up and around rather than going off on that side. Still keeping our eyes peeled because we know wolfies like to wander. All right. So far, so good. I hear there are some wolves singing. I don't know if there are wolves necessarily. Don't see them, and honestly, that is fine by me. Yeah, I think that's one of them down there. Okay. But we always knew they were going to be, there's at least a few of them down there. No biggie. Okay, so now we're going to veer over here. Should be ice down there? Yes, maybe, possibly. Or do we want to do that? Maybe we don't want to do that. We'll keep heading this direction. Because if there is a moose down there, if we're going to take some pops at it, we need to be where it can't get to us. And such places aren't always available. Okay, yeah, there's the water. That's what we're looking for. Okay, still looking. Yep, there's 2 wolves right out there. We're just going to move swiftly past them. Alright, so the other 2 potential moose spawns have been busts here in Mystery Lake. There's the bridge that heads over to the dam. So, if we do get a moose here, it'll be somewhere around these parts. So let's keep an eye out. And if we don't, well, we'll just have to console ourselves with more cattails. And the way it's looking, I think we might have to console ourselves with more cattails. Because there is a distinct lack of a moose. Well, shucks. Okay, so. I'm not even seeing any cattails. Alright, well, fine. We'll head back into the wind. So there's no moose to be had here. That's a deer, not a moose. Those are birch saplings. Also not moose. But also not unwelcome. So if there is no moose in here in Mystery Lake, where would the next most likely moose spawn be? Well, there's multiple potential moose spawns in Pleasant Valley or Coastal Highway. I don't think there are any in the ravine. We could also double back to Forlorn Muskeg and then check up on Marsh Ridge and up on that, I guess, as you go in from Mystery Lake, if you go off to the right, in the upper zone there. There could also be moose in there. I think that. Oh no, wait, sorry, no. I was thinking of the little pond camping area, but that's in Pleasant Valley. That's one potential moose spawn. I do so love walking into the wind in this game. Yeah, pretty much have to, because the game spends a lot of time making you do it. You know what? We have shelter nearby. The weather's fine. And, you know, to make ourselves feel less bad, is it going to go up the hill? If it's going to go up the hill, maybe we think, all right, fine. Well, if that deer works its way back over here, maybe we see about consoling ourselves with some nice venison. But we would also be remiss if we did not keep picking up cattails. Okay, it is coming back this way. Or at least it was. Make up your mind there, dear, if you would. Okay. Okay. Now I question the wisdom of going after it because we know there are wolves right up there. And we don't necessarily want to be traveling with more stank on us. Alright, so yeah, we will continue acquiring cattails, we'll check the cabins, then we'll pop into the dam. And if the deer happens to wander back this way, well, you know, we can coax it. I don't know how we can coax it. It's not like there's whatever it is. We've got deer feed or whatnot. We can lure it over here. I don't know if the game would ever have lures for non-carnivore animals. Oh, yeah. I'm reminding myself, another thing we can do while we're here in Mystery Lake, we can head up to the lake overlook, which is back that way. We can check the cave that's on top of it, because there is a good chance we will find a climbing rope there. And with that, we can go into the ravine, which is just further down the tracks here past the dam. And then we can pop that, go down into the ravine, and we can get the flare gun, which is there, which will make the hunting of bears and or moose much more economical. Because we won't have to wait for bears to bleed out. And of course, moose do not bleed out, so that would be a fool's errand in itself. Ah, okay. Actually, you know what? I'll keep this out just in case, but we're just going to keep moving. And we will not stop for shroomies. Much as it hurts my heart, we do have something of a time pressure on us. So we will just pop into the most immediately available convenient cabin, break off this pursuit, and then we'll resume with the looting. There we are. We'll just, nope, spray paint. Yeah, we'll take a quick look around, and then we'll give that Wolfie time enough to figure out that there's no din-din for him here.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
Tear that up for more cloth, at least. More gunsmithing knowledge. Not all that convinced that we're gonna do any gunsmithing this run. But we might as well
This will come in handy.
expand our minds while we can. Okay. And we'll stay crouched just in case. Gonna check R6. In case you know who is out there. And I don't mean Voldemort. Okay. And we'll head over to this one. Where I am told the odds of a stim are reasonably high in the little medical, the med box by the door. Orange sody, lovely. And chocolate bar. All right, first aid kit is bandaged antibiotics. Neither of those are a stim, but that's fine. We have 3 stims, which is enough for us, at least for now. All right. Another piece of ammo for a weapon we don't have. All right. What's that? Hey, okay, there's a flare. Tools. We have tools. We have time. We can go and dispose of these. Fortunately, these things only take like 5-10 minutes to rip up. Well, the basic clothing items, how long would the parka take to disassemble? $20 minutes. I'll tell you, we'll carry it across the street and then we'll dump it. How about that? And now we're up to 104 cattails. Woo! Triple digits. Let's go ahead and eat the... we'll eat the things that go off rather than the ones that don't. And if Hinterland ever changes cattails not degrading, well, they're gonna... Honestly, they're gonna have a riot on their hands, especially from interloper players. Because that's pretty essential. Okay, yeah, so we are very good on the old vegetarian source food there. There might also be a deer carcass waiting for us in there. Won't have a lot on us, but it'll a lot on it, but it'll have something. Traveling into the wind, as ever. Another orange soda. Got to get our daily intake of high fructose corn syrup. Yeah, that wolf must be down there on the other side of the bridge. Which is fine. We will close the gate, because one, we were not raised in a barn, and two, apparently wolves can go through the gate now. So that is something we would very much not to have happen. Let's see, deer carcass. Maybe not. It's usually right there. I do not see one. Well, that's disappointing. All right, more cattails for Astrid. So we can deposit more stuff here that we know we're not going to need going around the dam, especially now that Fluffy is no longer a thing here. But we'll also want to be careful, because if an Aurora hits...
Take it.
No, I don't think so. If an Aurora hits, we will want to be very mindful of mines that could... Oh, my goodness. Again, with the forgetting of the saplings. Just... Okay, we will keep the bedroll with us just in case. We're not going to need that. We're not going to need any of those. Probably not going to... Let's see. Definitely not going to need that. Or that, or that, or that, or that. We're very much going to need that. We're going to be sensible about this. We will transfer half of our cattails. Here, now we're down to 2.5 kilograms. See how responsible we're being with Astrid? And her heavy weight load. The load on her back, in her backpack, not her herself. Astrid is a perfect size for Astrid, whatever it happens to be. Okay. Honestly, we're not going to be starting that many fires here. We got 12 tinder plugs. There. Oh, yes. And then the storm lantern. There we go. Where did? Okay, we did leave. Yeah, we left like a 2.5 liter jerry can at Trappers. So being slightly low on fuel here, not a big deal. Nope. Although it would still behoove us to. Hey, coffee. Been looking for that. It still would behoove us to loot with a quickness. Again, being mindful of the possibility of an aurora. Moving on.
Nobody needs this anymore.
Sure. No, come on. I I still have yet to be convinced of the utility of spray paint. I'm sure someone out there can make someone out there can make a forceful, convincing defense of it, but the juice doesn't feel worth the squeeze to me. Another storm lantern. Actually, no, put that away, please. There. Let's go ahead and use this one. No, I don't want to break down the dang table. Game, come on. There we go. This way we can burn through the free lamp oil we just got. Without having to break down this lantern. We can just use it up and then leave it behind. Hooray for efficiency. 0.65, not a lot, but that's fine. We got cargo pants. I could be convinced. Those would be an upgrade on our jeans, if nothing else. We do have deer hides back at Trappers, so at some point that'll become deer's. Well, I mean, will it? Deerskin pants? Maybe. I mean, we could just as easily not. We can save those deer hides for repair for our boots. Ooh, more ammo. Lovely. What is that? That's a clipboard. Okay. Never mind.
I think I can use this.
But then again, deerskin pants, very warm, and they do provide protection. But then again, we would be wearing two things at that point that require hides to repair. Whereas, like, cargo pants, work pants, those just need cloth. So, something to consider. We doesn't necessarily need to be, because I don't think if we were going for the wrapped in furs achievement, that would be something to consider. All right, hang on. You just go there. But we're not. Anything on the workbench? No. Anything in the workbench? Yeah, it says we're not going for the wrapped in furs achievement. I don't think we have to fuss over that. Maybe we just keep those deer hides in reserve. Okay. Let's check over here. More cloth, lovely. I am being ever so slightly paranoid. Again, Aurora. There's lots of wires on the ground, but I don't know if they're necessarily the kind of wires we need to fear in an Aurora. But still, okay. 40. Looks like about 6. We'll call it. 45. There we are. Now, this is famously known as the Safe of Nothing. Let's see, is it going to live up to its reputation?
I'll take it.
Cash and a flare shell. You know what, Safe of Nothing? I'm sorry I ever doubted you. You are truly the Safe of Nothing. Anyway, on we go. Oh, we walked right past that, which we really shouldn't.
Well, this stuff will come in handy.
More antiseptic. Good grief. Okay. That is it for here. Well, hang on. No, we can go upstairs. Because there's nothing downstairs. Right? I can't remember ever finding anything down here. In survival mode, that is. In story mode? Never know. Never know. So yeah, we'll go ahead and check the upstairs here. Okay. Music change. Is that like Aurora music change? Ooh, ketchup chips, nice. All right, well, someone here would like to have a snack now and again. Well, unless and until the computers fire up, I think we can probably safely say that no, we are being spared in Aurora, which is good. Means we can keep on moving and keep on looting. That's probably just a cardboard box. Yep. All right. Well, boo. Nope. All right. How many books do we have? 3. That's enough. Yeah. Antiseptic and timber. Antiseptic, come on. Antiseptic, tinder, and jerry cans. Some strange variants on this run. Last Stalker run, we were lousy with revolver ammunition, or at least we were until we encountered the Timbies in Blackrock. That thinned that amount by a fair bit. Of course, then we got 3 car batteries in the Blackrock parking lot.
Nobody needs this anymore.
So we were able to replenish our stores pretty quickly. There we go. Okay. We'll just go left around the world here. Astrid will be fully exhausted when we finish, but that's fine. Nope, 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 nope. That. What would that be? Would that be a. Is that a coho salmon? I think that's a coho salmon. Yeah, you wouldn't necessarily be proud of a rainbow trout, but a coho salmon, yeah, I can see that. Hey, more coffee. Nice.
That guy who drank his own pee doesn't seem so crazy right now.
Astrid, that will never not sound crazy. Just stop. Okay, that's that for the upper dam. So we'll have Astrid trudge her way back to the front room. We'll offload more stuff into the locker, and then we'll give her a good sleep, and then tomorrow morning we'll take her through the lower dam. Okay. Grab that. There we go. Stand right on top of it so you don't have to aim anymore. I like going through the sodas initially, just 'cause, like they give hydration and calories. I know like they don't necessarily go off; they don't give you food poisoning, but at the same time, they are rather heavy for what they are. Hey, John, welcome in. Good to see you. We are day's all right so far. Just getting in a slightly early stream. How are we? Are we food? Yeah, I think we're okay. We'll just top up Astrid's thirst. We are lugging around 5 liters of water, so no reason we can't do that. We'll give her a good 9 hours. How about you, John? How's your day going? Wherever in the world you happen to be. No, we are. Nope, not quite sun up. A little more water, we can certainly afford that. That's probably another 3 hours worth of sleep. Yeah, we're still here in Mystery Lake. We gone through Trappers. We went through the observation tower. We went by the camp office, and now we're up looting the dam. Still in search of a revolver. I would love to find those one of those times, or one of these days, because yeah, the game keeps throwing revolver ammo at me, but not a whole heck of a lot I can do with it. Did we pick up? Oh, yeah. Yeah. We'll hold on to those cargo pants. We might fix them up and then replace our jeans with those. But that's a thing for later. Pop that in there too. And we left all of our cattail heads behind because why wouldn't we? Okay. Yeah, Astrid's much more mobile now. Did I check those? I did not. All right, well, let's start. All right, well, that was underwhelming. Hey, LD, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Let me Give you a good and proper welcome there, LD. It's almost lunchtime, so you're going to grab a bite soon and carry on with faithful cartographer, boring though it is. You know, that's a fair shout, John, but at the same time, it's a very worthwhile thing to do, especially if you, like me, do not have all the maps committed to memory. Hope your weekend's going well, LD, and you are recovering from your birthday celebrations. Yeah, yeah, my pleasure, man. I like to, you know, there's so many fantastic people in this community, so I I like to. Oh, there's a broken arrow right there. Thank you. I like to shout people out and then give other folks visibility whenever possible, because everyone else has been so fantastic. You know, you'll help a little out old me as well. You work all weekend, unfortunately. Oh, that's no fun. Yeah, I used to work weekends consistently as well. It's only been recently where I stopped doing that. And honestly, it's it still feels odd having a like a 9 to 5 Monday to Friday kind of job. I'm used to being one of those degenerates who works nights, weekends, and holidays. Let me pick up the requisite wool scarf and the torch at either end of that hallway. Okay. Now, in the interest of efficiency and saving calories, we're going to loot the rest of the dam from back to front. So we're going to start out here. Right where episode, is it 2? Yeah, episode 2 ends. Oh, more rifle cartridges. Appreciate that game. Haven't had one of those in a while. A holiday, a weekend, any or all of the above. Okay. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, I think yeah, given your current profession, yeah. Oh, a 9 to 5 job. Okay. Yeah, I can, yeah. Especially like given what you do, I can understand that. Um, but yeah, I I will say like I kind of prided myself on like working a weird schedule or like basically like essentially like I think you might call it swing shift. Basically like my usual shift is like 3 p.m. to 1 a.m. Ooh, that's a energy bar just kind of hidden away.
This'll come in handy.
More mittens. We're getting lousy with mittens here too. Free coffee? No free coffee. Well, boo. Going to break that down. We have some repairs ahead of us, so a little bit of extra cloth would not go remiss. More antiseptic. My goodness. Okay, I guess if I'm trying to theory craft a reason why we've probably found like at least a dozen, if not 2 dozen,
I can use this.
antiseptic bottles. I think I was okay. If we're trying to come up with a non-weird explanation, maybe people out here are far from any kind of medical care, and we're about to see like how far they would need to go to find to get an airlift. Nah, I don't think so. So the more preventative stuff they can do, and they, oh no, not insulated boots, absolutely not. The more they could do to prevent, having to go see a doctor, especially for like infections and whatnot. Maybe they felt that was worth the extra effort, hence the vast amounts of antiseptic we find here in this particular run. You know. I'm trying to do the people of Great Bear a solid and not just dismiss them all as like germaphobes who just don't know how to, or who are over obsessed with disinfecting this, that, and the other thing. Work, work is the curse of the gaming classes, or something like that. Oh, maybe, kinda. It's work does have an annoying habit of getting in the way of important stuff like finding new games, playing on Twitch, those sorts of things. Hey, Helga, hello, hello. Good to see you. Welcome in. Yeah, going good so far. We are here. Quick timeout while I do the needful. Ba-boom. Awesome. Yeah. Um, we made it out of the muskeg finally after a couple attempts, and we have we've put down one bear, and so now we're trying to. Well, one thing we're looking for a moose. And unfortunately, I think we've completely whiffed on all the moose spawns here in Mystery Lake. So we're gonna have to go find one somewhere else. Yeah, LD finally did the got John Rambo done, which is that's huge because I know you put a lot of time and effort into that. So that's fantastic, LD. Yeah, but yeah, there was no moose outside of Trappers. There was no moose on the pond with no name. And then we just checked, and there's no moose down by the cabins, which are out in front of the dam. So I think we might have just struck out, at least in Mystery Lake. We know for a fact there's a moose in Broken Railroad, but I don't really feel like backtracking that far.
This'll come in handy.
So I think what we'll do. Ooh, more matches. You'll love to see it. We could go back to Forlorn Muskeg and check Marsh Ridge. Or we push on into PV or maybe Mountain Town. You started a new Loper run yesterday because the RNG was amazing because it won't. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Helga, I did see that I think I got there just as you found the code in Ash Canyon. That is wild. I keep saying the game has ears because it notices the moment you say oh, the weather's actually remarkably nice, and then it throws a blizzard at you. Maybe in addition to ears, the game has a calendar, so it knows
This'll come in handy.
it knows there's an update on the way, so you can just throw whatever kind of RNG you want out of you. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I will say, LD, you came up with a hell of a tournament. I mean, just the response that everyone gave, it would tell you as much. The fact that everyone's been so excited about it and then willing to put in that kind of effort is, it's a testament to the kind of thing you got cooked up. You got a real knack for this. All right. Now, more matches. Well, thank you. If I'm remembering my no-go run correctly, somewhere up here or down there will be a flare. Unless we already got the guaranteed flare. But anyway, no. I guess the flare in here is like what the game gives you in lieu of matches in Mystery Lake. But okay, well, speak of the devil, a can opener, a stim, some painkillers. Now, Carl Bob here is just having himself a time. Well, there's the flare we were talking about, but we'll keep looking elsewhere. He had 3% health stuck in the HRV basin, managed to get out. Oh no, put a fire. Oh, you know, Helga, were you getting the quote-unquote new and improved stagger mechanic? Was that what took you into the fire? I can see that. That the stagger mechanic is just frustrating as all hell. Oh, new fire striker, nice. Okay, what are we thinking the percentage is here? The first one we found was at 22%, which was pretty crap. I am going to say this fire striker we will find at 49%. I have 66% from LD. Do I hear $1? Which made it to 86 days, so you're happy with that. Okay, well that's a very good run, Helga. 56% from Helga. John, you want to put in a guess? Or maybe John's out getting lunch. Okay. Survey says
I think I can use this.
78%. All right, LD is the winner. That is actually very welcome. Because our current fire striker is down below 20%. Ooh. That sounded like it hurt. Okay. Now we'll just go around here. Okay, so that's it for looting the lower dam and the back end. Well, John, I don't know what the ping is like where you are, but
Man, all I can think about is food.
I mean, if you want to file a protest with the judges, if you want to appeal to VAR, you go right ahead. Okay. It is just about noon, so ample daylight out there. And Astrid's only a quarter tired, which we like to see. Those are about, how long do those take? 4 days. Okay. So those have been in there for about a day. Well, we almost certainly don't need 11 bandages. I would prefer to keep an even number, just because we have an even number of limbs. Those are all fine. Definitely don't need 2 of those. Most definitely don't need 2 of those. Flares, fine. We got backup, hatchet, and knife. Certainly don't need 4 sewing kits. Or multiple storm lanterns. Actually, no, that's the one we were carrying around. That one is nearly full. We'll go ahead and take that. Okay, the good stuff. Probably don't need 2 things of coffee with us. All right, and then we got large amounts of spare clothing that will not be traveling with us, but we will be using to make repairs later. And a backup stim. I would hope we don't need to be walking around with 3 stims, but, stranger things have happened. Okay, and that is almost full, but that's 38 kilograms. That is much more manageable. Okay, so we're going to feed and hydrate Astrid. We did. We picked. I remember picking up another pot as well. Do not need to be lugging that around. Neither do we need shell casings. So, what we gonna do? We're gonna get our weapons out. Okay, that puts us back at 44. Less good, if I'm honest. Oh man, there are no other moose spawns in Mystery Lake, are there? I can't remember, but I think it's just the 3. Yeah, we were 2 for 3 on bear spawns, 0 for 3 on moose spawns. Yeah, 24 sticks. Okay, that'll have to do. I don't know why we're crouching. There's no predators out in the front yard here. Okay. Having gone through the little marshy area, we've picked the cattails. No, come on. We're having good habits here. We're going to keep a torch out. Like I said, we're going to have good habits here. We're going to keep a flare out. Because this does not strike me as torch-friendly weather. Because what I want to do here, I want to head up to the lake overlook. Because there'll be a cave with further loot there. Yeah, they did not. No moose down there, unfortunately. We'll head up to the lake overlook, and then we'll grab a climbing rope there. We'll take it. At the very least, we'll just take it with us, and we'll drop it off at the dam, so that Wolf, I'm talking here. Do you mind? So that when we do decide to move on, we can go into the ravine. We can tie that rope off, climb down, and then get the flare gun, which we also do not have. In addition to not having the revolver, because having the flare gun will make our moose and/or bear hunting much more efficient. And honestly, there is something just psychologically satisfying about seeing a flare shell that you fired stuck in the forehead of some hapless wolf or bear or moose. I don't think it would. Do those stick in wolves too? I've never seen it. I've never seen a flare shell stick in a wolf. I think they just instantly drop dead. Okay, so the wind has eased up, so we can probably switch to the flare now, or switch to the torch now. And I know there are 2 wolves around here, so we're gonna stay all on our guard. Yep, and there they are, 1 and 2. For a moment, I gave thought about going back to the observation tower to go get the pot we left behind, but we're just lousy on pots now, so wouldn't make much sense. Anything fun and or interesting in here? Another rifle cartridge. Lovely. A ragged cotton tokwe. Energy bar. More revolver ammunition. Game. How dare you, game? Okay. The usual way I know to go up is to go up. All right, well, never mind. You're out to cartographer again? Alright. I would say have fun, John, but it sounds like you kind of written that off. But, I hope you have a fruitful time with your cartographing. How you like that, bud? Yeah, broke that arrow. But that arrow was only one shot away from breaking anyway, so I'm not too concerned. That was at 26% arrow. And that does confirm what I heard in Zach's video previously, that arrow shots take 26% off the life of an arrow, regardless of whether or what it hits. Well, damn. On it, that's 3 wolf kills with a bow. Oh, and the arrow just popped right out. I don't even have to touch the corpse. Woohoo! That's actually fantastic. I don't think I had ever. Yeah, I think that's a record number of bow kills for me in a single run. Just because I haven't used it very much because I'm not very good with it. The previous Stalker run to this, when we were lousy with revolver ammunition, I had Astrid here just walking around Black Rock shooting like Annie Oakley. Did not have the didn't I mean it had the desired effect in that we were able to get up to like revolver level 4 in almost no time. Even with no skill books, but obviously the run did not end the way we wanted it to. But I will say I'm warming to the bow. It takes more effort to create, but once you have it in your hands, it is darn useful. And I think anyway, I've found so when you draw back and then they spook with the torch in front of them, if you can get that initial hint about which way they're going to dash off, if you lead them, you might be able to plonk them in the head. Now, granted, that was a small sample size just there, so I make no claim to bow expertise, but thus far that seems to be that's the way I'm approaching it, and it seems to be working. Can we go up here? Yeah, I hope so. The other bow kill this run was, it really shouldn't count. Those of you who forge at Spence's will be familiar with wolves glitching through every so often. I had one that aggroed on me. How, I don't know. It actually charged like halfway into like the little barn there before turning around and then running around to the other side, sticking its head through the wall that's on the back of the forge. And then it just stayed aggroed there, even when I threw a wolf, even when I threw a torch off its noggin. So I ended up, putting an arrow in its head. But it put up no resistance either, so I don't know if that one should really count. But it's a wolf kill all the same. And that reminds me, I know we're all hyped for the update, but Sai came by yesterday and he reminded me that also like when there have been updates from Hinterland, there have also been like some rather severe jank, especially when it comes to animals. So that might also be something we need to prepare ourselves for. It's not guaranteed, of course, but I think it's just given the history of Hinterland and its updates to the Long Dark, we need to keep our eyes open. And especially given when it's released and Raph's insistence on not having people work over the holidays, which is, by the way, a I strongly support. I think that is, he talks the talk about being a people first employer and taking care of the people at Hinterland, and he backs it up. And that is all credit to Raph and his people. But that also means that if there are any particularly nasty or game-breaking bugs from the release, it's going to be some time before they can be dealt with. All right, here we go. Here is the cave. Let's go ahead and get the. Actually, no, we'll check in here first. And it looks like this Carl Bob
I'm not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
went out reading. And, oh, hello. Okay. Well, we might just be able to do something with that. Got anything else on you there, Carl Bob? A rifle cartridge. Well, not sure who that was destined for, but at least it wasn't you. You went out expanding your mind. And Carl Bob, I salute you. So, yeah, we'll go ahead and start a fire here real quick. If for no other reason than we are low on torches. And I think... Oh, no. The Vista area is the observation tower. Yoink. Pop that out there real quick. We are, okay, yeah, we are 10 kilograms over now. So that, pulling up that rope is going to be a hassle, but I don't think we can bank on, is that, okay, yeah, there's no great urgency to go there. So, yeah, so we'll grab this. We will move very slowly, right? Okay, that's another 5 kilograms. That makes sense. Pop in here real quick, spend some firewood, get some torches. Then maybe we head back to the dam. Good old tap water. Excuse me. There, that came along all of a sudden. Huh. Oh, there we go. Much better. Wow. Anyway. Oh, and a crow feather. Weird place for that to end up, but okay. What was I doing? Ah, yes, torches. Actually, real quick, we'll do that too. We... No. Tell you what we'll do. Real quick, like. Let's head back tonight. To the dam. Because now that we cleared our path back, there will be less impetus. We don't have to hustle, basically. It'll get us under 15 kilograms. No, well, no, I mean, it will, but then we're going to take torches, which is going to put us right back over 15 kilograms. Gosh darn it. Oh, yeah. Sorry, my voice went haywire there for just a second. I have no idea what brought that on. Because it don't have any allergies. I didn't have anything going down the wrong tube, as far as I know. Weird. But anyway. One for the road. Lovely. Appreciate your help there, Carl Bob. You are a scholar and a gentleman. Alright, so we'll curl around a big old rock here, and then we'll head back where we came from. Hey, bunnies. Now, if at some point we do step up to Loper, I will probably have to be more aggressive in my pursuit of the Bun-Buns and their meat and their hides and the whatnot, but until that day comes, I will remain a defender of the Bun-Buns. Yep, and there's our torch telling us we are headed back the right direction. Well, I mean, okay, I will amend that statement. Until we step up to Loper, or I reach a point in a run where I want to go for wrapped in furs. At that point, well, some Bun-Buns are just going to have to die. Really no need to pick up firewood here, you know? We got plenty. Okay, so yeah, we will do the intelligent thing. We will drop the rope back off at the dam, because it would be silly to continue carrying that around with us. And that will make us a good bit more mobile. And, okay, and you know what? Since we found the Polaroid, that gives me an excuse to actually go back to the observation tower, use up the Polaroid, because why not, and go back and get that pot we left. Now, is it worth going double pot as opposed to single pot, single can, or double can? Well, I mean, things cook faster. You can cook more or make more water, and you can cook meat in the pot, which will speed it up, which is always helpful. There is the issue of more weight, but I think all things considered, the extra weight might be worth the extra effort. And again, of course, this is, you know, given the level we're on, that's a discussion we can have versus like if this was Loper or no go, just take whatever you can get and then shut up about it. Easy does it, Astrid. No sense breaking your ankles now. And also also be good practice, finding Polaroids, mapping, seeking out Vista locations. That does bring up, I think, and the point that other people have brought up as well. When the update comes, does that mean even more places added to Faithful Cartographer? Because as it is, I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think Black, I'm reasonably sure Black Rock isn't on there. I don't think Ash Canyon is on there. Well, no. Okay, I'm more sure about Black Rock at least. Ash Canyon might be in there because Ash Canyon has been around longer. But if we go off of precedent, we can probably reasonably ask that maybe, or we can expect that Black Rock might be added, but the the DLC, yeah, I think we can also almost certainly assume the DLC region won't, because that won't be open to everyone. And if you don't have the DLC, you wouldn't be able to get the achievement. And that would just be rude. We can, if, yeah, well, yeah, we can harvest those two up later. We'll just let them chill out for now. What we would probably do, we would harvest them up and then would take them to the camp office. But we just have to be careful about that because there are at least two more wolves on the rail line between us and the camp office. There were three, now there's two. Actually, let me check that. Yeah. Yeah, we're up to 6. Well, oh, okay. So like when 63 close encounters, 8 wolf kills. Okay. So I guess when the pursuit music kicks in, that counts as a close encounter. So the close encounter is like the step before a wolf struggle. Sort of like, a tornado warning, or a tornado watch, and a tornado warning. All right, almost there, Astrid. Just keep on persevering, keep matriculating that load across the bridge. That makes me wonder. It's like the wolf kills that we just passed. The torch was a rather essential part of that. I wonder if Hinterland would ever patch that out or make that no longer effective. Because as it is right now, that is basic. Other than just avoiding them altogether, that is the way to deal with wolves. If they ever changed that, the torch weapon combo, keeping wolves away, and cattails not having any condition to degrade. I wonder. I would think like those are like two of the things where if they ever changed them, if Hinterland ever actually made changes to those particular game mechanics, people would not take it very well at all. It makes me wonder, like, what other kind of what other mechanics out there would elicit that kind of reaction. We could actually kind of get something of a preview, judging by the reaction to the trader. Like, people have been, they weren't very excited about that, about the possibility of like an NPC you could interact with in survival mode. Now, we don't know that's going to be the case. you might actually never see this trader, and any interaction would be like, yeah, the shortwave radio or notes saying, hey, if you want this, if you want X, leave Y at Z spot. So you would never actually see them, but at the very least, you would know someone else is out there. And would that would that take away from the experience for some people? It very well might. Now, the counter to that is, you're not obligated to interact with the trader at all. It's just another thing that just another game mechanic, which you could easily go through your entire run and never encounter it, because it's not like in story mode where you have to interact with Father Thomas, or you have to talk to Methuselah. You can probably just dodge the trader altogether. But again, even just having the out of game knowledge that it's out there, whoever, like, knowing it's out there, that would be, that could be deleterious to some people's enjoyment of the game. And it's hard to blame them. It's The Long Dark is a game largely functions off of isolation, and knowing that you are, and, despite what the flavor text of Hopeless Rescue says, it's you're alone in survival mode, at least. Okay, let me grab those. We're gonna break those down.
This much gear.
Gonna break that down. Gonna break that, and that down. We got one crow feather from the Carl Bob up top. Any duplicates? No. Oh, that's right. The Polaroid just goes in our inventory to be pulled out at a later date. That's fine. Okay, we have more cooking to do if and or when we get to a campfire. All right. You know what? Actually, I tell a lie. We have a little bit of daylight left. Can we repair these real quick? Because as long as those little bits of the sun are poking above the horizon, maybe, possibly. Hey, nice. Can we do it again? You disappoint me, game. No. I just... Mending. All right, did we? Or did we already go over mending too? Maybe that happened a while ago and I just completely missed it. 65% chance of successful repair. Great. So level 2 mending is only 5% better than level 1 fire starting. Thanks for that, game. You're a peach. Alright. We'll break these down. We'll restore our stores of cloth. We're not gonna be a dun. There's only one dun, and carrying around a dun of cloth is not something we want to do. Not at this point. Those are fine. We do want to harvest the t-shirt, because why would you? Why would you wear it? wear a t-shirt in perma-winter. Okay, now, are the cargo pants an upgrade on our jeans? Absolutely they are. A little bit more degree and any kind of wind protection and a little bit more protection, wind, and same amount of sprint reduction. There we go. Lovely jubbly. And those are going to go away. But I don't feel too particularly bad about repairing those up because they needed to be repaired at the time. Okay, there's our bedroll. So a little bit more. We'll go ahead and feed and hydrate Astrid before putting her to bed. She is not fully tuckered, but I think she is sufficiently tuckered where we can at least get a good 9 hours out of her. Well, that was an Aurora. Not going to be there when we get up. Right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, sun is almost up. But we can probably do another 2 hours, let's say. Might be slightly parched when we get up, but that's fine. We have the tools to deal with that. Excellent. Grab that. Did I grab it? Yeah, okay. We'll take the sodies.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
Calm down, Astrid. We're going to have the breakfast of champions. It's going to be a candy bar and soda. Because unless and until they introduce a teeth brushing mechanic in this game, that is a viable strategy. Okay, that is an acceptable amount of hydration and fillage. Sure, fine. Okay. Well, no, hang on. I said we were going to do that. We're going to do that. Yeah, all of our arrow shafts are back at... They're back at Trappers. It would be wise at some point to consolidate our holdings here. The camp office would be, I think, the most central location. Oh, come on. Okay. Arrowheads, no need. Feathers, no need. Extra can, no need. Torches, yes, we will take those. There's a chance we'll need them. 2 and 1, those are fine. We'll leave the pot. We're going to come back with another. And we don't need a gunsmithing book. We have a backup sewing kit. That's all fine and good. We're still rolling heavy, though. And you know, those 36 sticks probably have something to do with it. Wouldn't you think? Okay. And you know what? We'll go ahead and ditch that fire striker. Okay. Mostly sticks, that's fine. I have to remind myself, as I always have to remind myself, there's no need to pick up sticks. Oh yeah, also no need to be taking around flare shells, because we don't have a flare pistol. So why would you even do that? You silly sausage. Food, we have enough. No excess clothing, meds, and then again, most of that is sticks. Okay, so now, plan here. Okay, first, is the weather decent? Weather's pretty great, actually. Okay, so, given that, we will go to the observation tower. There'll be charcoal there waiting for us because I know I made at least one fire up there. We will map, take advantage of that, get the pot that we left behind. And then we have a decision to make. Because we can do one of two things. We could come back, we could go to the camp office, grab stuff out of there, bring it here to the dam, and use that as our central clearing hub. Or take the stuff from the dam other than the climbing rope. And then take that to the camp office and have that be our central hub. We would need to do one of those two because right now we have our supplies in Mystery Lake distributed between the dam, the camp office, and trappers. And while that's not necessarily bad, Mystery Lake is not a huge region. I would like to consolidate our supplies into. Okay, I have to stop myself. I'm talking like this is going to be a long-term thing, when in fact, the save is going away in 2 days. So you know what? Fudge it. We're going to do nothing of the sort. I mean, we are going to go and do the camp office, or the camp office. We're going to head up there. We're going to map because I want to. Yes. Okay. Yeah. We'll go to the camp office. We'll map. Grab the pot. Then we'll go back to the dam. Then we'll take the rope. We'll go to the ravine. We will set up the rope and we'll go get the flare pistol. When we have the flare pistol, we come back to Mystery Lake, we go bear hunting. Because we know there are 2 bars that need to get got. One by trappers, one by the lake with no name. The pond with no name, excuse me. There's only one lake here. It's mysterious, but we know it exists. And we have 3 flare shells sitting in there. More than likely there will be flare shells down in the railway car in the ravine when we get the flare pistol. I don't know how much more we're going to be able to accomplish before Save Again, but at the very least we can rid this zone, dear old Mystery Lake, of more predators so we can keep things safe for the Bun Buns. Also, the wind has sufficiently died down. I think we can switch to the torch. Also, just out of curiosity, what day? Oh, day 24. Okay. Doing good. Doing good. Now, there should, I say should, be... Yeah, so there are the crows. I think those crows are over the deer carcass. I don't think there's a human carcass nearby. And those crows up there circling in the sun, according to our view, should be over the wolfie that we booped in the head. Okay, what do you have on you? You have a kilogram. Well, that's not great, but also, you know, what the hell. Can you stick that up there, maybe? No, apparently you can't light fires on a hill. Of course not. Why would you? I probably should have checked to see if there's a mag lens weather, but shit, it's too late now. I just not used to having mag lens weather, so it's just doesn't occur to me that maybe we should check. There we go. Very nice. There we go. That should give us some cover. 45, 30. Okay, there we go. And apparently, something I just learned today. Oh, and now the fog is starting to roll in. Hides do not give off stank. I thought they did. No, apparently it is just meat and guts. So more information for life. Okay, that's only going to take, yeah, it's only a kilogram. Not going to take very long at all. You still have 24. How long do we need to cook that up? 50 minutes. Okay. Well, that's fine. Do 1 and 2. Yeah, just for a little bit of cover. Oh, yeah. While we're here. Come on. Come on. There we go. I'll go ahead and cook a little bit of birch bark. 33, 48. Good. We continue. Some reishi mushrooms. 20 minutes, 36 minutes. Okay. And our rose hips. Okay, ever so slightly low on water, but that's something we can take care of at the tower. Let's go ahead and chow down on that right now. All right. Now that we have stank on us, we do need to be on our guard. It looks like that. Oh, nope, actually. Let's see. The crows are about. The wolf carcass is not. It has already despawned. That means the clock is probably ticking on its respawn. But I guess that's to be expected. Okay. I am wondering, with the fog that we have here, are we still going to be able to map? It's not a blizzard. We'll replace the one stick we used. So, yeah, but again, the fog is very thick. Hey, Chris. Appreciate the follow. Thank you very much. Welcome, welcome. Well, I guess worse comes to worse. We'll pop back up over there. I see deer, 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 and a bun bun. That leads me to believe that there are no predators nearby. Hey, good to see you, Chris. Hope your weekend is going well. Swap out a torch here right quick. Come on. There we go. Thank you, game. All right. And, oh, no. Your friends, right angles. Run at right angles. Yeah, see, there. That deer has got, that deer knows what's going on. You other deer, you're just going to turn around and then you're going to right back into the thing you're running away from. Let's think strategically here. So far, so good. Hey, that's what we like to hear. Okay, there you go. See, now you're getting away from the thing you're running from. Can't keep teaching deer these lessons for free. Yeah, we're just going on a little bit of a side jag here, real quick. Like, we're popping up to the tower up there because I left a pot behind. That is a mea culpa. And then, if possible, we'll do a little mapping up there since we found the Polaroid at the lake overlook. They need to start paying, give you some. Oh, Chris. Chris. Oh, dear. I would slap my forehead and say, "Doh," but one, I'd probably get DMCA'd, and two, my hands are busy right now. What you did there, I saw that. And there's no real reason to be torch walking going up to the tower, because like, it's not like there's any wildlife up here, but I'm trying to inculcate good long dark habits in myself. For one, because, you know, if we're ever going to give Loper a try, that's going to be a thing we need to do. But also, there's going to be apparently there's going to be a cougar about at some point, and if we're not going to be able to see or hear it coming, at the very least, we'll probably need to have a torch or a flare out, so that we can have something to defend ourselves when it decides to show itself. And that's even assuming it's afraid of fire. It might be like the ultimate killing machine. It could be the Long Dark's answer to the xenomorph. And wouldn't that just be a barrel of fun? Okay, yep, that tells us we are at the Vista location, and that tells us we were here previously. Yeet! But first things first, we would need to grab some charcoal. Now, does this work with the fog? It does! Hey, nice. Did we get a whole new musical sting just for using the Vista location? Wow. That is epic, game. And also, there's no pot here. I distinctly remember leaving a pot here, but there's no pot here. I picked up a pot at the camp office. I brought it with me. No, I brought it upstairs. Okay, you know what? I think Sai might have been onto something yesterday when he said stuff is disappearing, especially stuff you leave laying down. Because there was a pot on the ground floor. I took it up. I grabbed it. It's not in my inventory. It wasn't anywhere in the camp office when I checked, and it's not here. And it's not in the dam because I only have the one I found in the back of the dam. All right, this is getting slightly concerning. Because if stuff is just going to up and disappear, I mean, on this level, on Stalker, it's probably no big deal because you might be able to find stuff to replace it. But like if you're on Loper or Nogoa, you really need those things. That might be something. Okay. I don't know for certain about the status of the pot. I might have just been stupid and forgot it somewhere. But like people are saying they're having picking up coal. Like they're picking up 5 pieces of coal, but only finding 2 in their inventory. Things they're leaving on the ground in Forlorn Muskeg are just vanishing. That's that's worth filing some bug reports because that's something your player base is really gonna want to make see that you have a handle on. Yeah, I thought it was weird because when I was in the Muskeg and I popped out, the transition cave to Bleak Inlet. Sometimes you can walk in there and there's coal, but like the menu on the screen says leave Forlorn Muskeg, but you can still walk up to coal and pick it up. I did that. I picked up 3 pieces of coal. I should have had 5 in my inventory, but when I actually left the zone and entered the cave, I still only had 2 pieces of coal in my inventory. So ever so slightly concerning. Again, no reason to panic, but something to watch out for. Although I would hope, if people like Wands are, having this happen on their stream and having lots of people see it, that's something you would hope that would be on Hinterland's radar. So they would be attuned to that. Although again, given how much stuff they're adding with the DLC, who knows how high that is on their priority list. Right. Walking around without a torch, bad habit. Do not want. Okay, what? Why do? Oh, right. Because we got we cleared off the deer corkers. So we have 2 guts on us that are giving off just a wee bit of a stank. So we will have to be aware there are more than likely some wolves in the neighborhood somewhere. But for now, what we're going to do, we're going to head back to the dam, going to drop off a bit more of the stuff, definitely the guts and the hide, so they can start curing. And then we're going to go into the ravine, and then we're going to install the rope. We might not climb down immediately just because Astra's already halfway tired. But I think we will, at the very least, install it. Maybe then we can double back, go into the cave. Sleep there, and then once Astra's fully juiced up again, we can go down into the ravine, grab all the goodies there, and come back out. Are the... Oh, right, yeah, I did... Okay. If there was a time we were going to grab those 2 wolf carcasses, it might be now, because the weather's fantastic, other than the fog, but, you know, the fog is part of what's keeping us warm. Well, I guess, are those the wolves, or are those... Is that a human carcass? Because we could harvest those up, because we would just have that one wolf between us and the dam. Nope, those are the 2 wolves we left behind. You know what? It's here I go again, acting like this is gonna be some kind of long-term thing. And hey, what do you know? We need to make a fire anyway because we're out of water. Unfortunately, putting a fire right in between them probably would not work. That would have to be like a substantial fire. And we don't have one of those on us at the moment. Yeah, definitely not in Maglen's weather anymore, but that's fine. Alright, we'll strip these bare. We will stink to high heaven.
That didn't work.
Yes, Astrid, that is an accurate summation. You know what? Just burn the book.
Come on, little fire.
95% chance. Seriously. Hey, good thing I made those extra tinder plugs. Fire starting too is butts, even with all the help. Seriously, failing 2 95% rolls in a row. You astound me, game. All right. How about a third 95% chance? Do I need to use Accelerate on a 95% starting chance? Really, game? Followed you on Twitter trying to convince Raph to leak you the next DLC clip as well. Appreciate that. Yeah, appreciate that, Kilo Tuna. And hey, you know, don't ask, don't get. There, thank you. Oh, holy fuzzy cats. That got, that fogged over real quick. Jeez. Cannot see a thing. Yeah. Tuna, let me know how Raph responds to that. I'd be curious to hear. And he said it's like it's the longest update video they've ever made. So he's probably a little loopy, maybe a little punch drunk by now. You could catch him in a weak moment. He'll at me at the boat. Okay, I appreciate that, Tuna. It's that is good of you. Also, how? Oh yeah. How did the decorating go? Are all the garlands up? All the Christmas and Thanksgiving stuffs where they need to be? Or are they going to show for 20 minutes? Do we know it's going to be? Oh right. They probably. So we know it's going to be 20 minutes. I guess that makes sense. Here, let me get a little more stickage so we can take 2 torches off of this. Okay, 1 good torch, 1 meh torch. Hey, Cryogen. Welcome, welcome. What's your handle again? You're not popping up? Like the Twitter handle? Yeah, it's just my name, @TrooperBerry. Not sure why it wouldn't be popping up. Okay. Yeah, whoever it is that just followed you back recently, that's me. I distinctly remember pushing that button. Welcome in, Cryogen. Appreciate you being here. Good to see you. Hope your weekend is going well. Okay, an hour should do. Don't know why it wouldn't pop up, especially since I followed you. Okay. Yeah, Twitter. Yeah, you might be surprised to hear this, Tuna. Twitter's a little weird lately. Oh, fudge. I should be making water. Hey, carcass harvesting too. Good time as any. Your piece last night with the gift subs and AV stream. Okay, hey, I appreciate that. Yeah, I like to spread the love wherever I can, especially with this this community is just all kinds of fantastic. So if I can contribute a little here and there, I'm more than happy to do so. That'll be going for an hour. So our little 10-minute gut harvest here. And we drop. And we drop. You laughed out loud. A little weird? It's there's little little growing pains. A little.
Snow if the hypothermia wouldn't kill me.
We'll drink all of that right now. Let's go ahead and drink the rest of that too. All right, let's do one more round of that. And why not? A little bit more on the fire there, so we can make sure we get through the water. To get rapidly, yeah. Now, Tuna. If it ends up that Raph gives you, he ends up rickrolling you, we're going to want to hear about that too. Okay, those have 14 minutes until they are boiled. We got 57 minutes on the fire. And it'll take 15 minutes. Fantastic. 20-minute video clip. Oh, I think now Tuna, is it doing the thing on YouTube where it says like it has that preview and it's just like it has like it's like premiering at like on X date at X time, and that's just kind of sitting there. Okay, we'll grab all this stuff. We are going to have maximum stank on us.
I'm not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
But that's fine, because we have killed... Oh, it's what you heard on Kimmy's stream. He's will drop it right before the release on Monday. Yeah, Raph did say on Twitter that it's the longest update video they've ever had. Okay, there we go. Here we are maximum stanky, but we know that thanks to these 2 kills here, there's only 1 wolf between us and the dam. I'm also okay. I mean, I'm looking through the fog. I guess I'm kind of seeing a sunset. Why would they release another drip right before release? In the past Cryogen, they've released kind of like update videos where they kind of like give a rundown, like they give a rundown of all like the specifics of what the new update is going to entail. So that might be what he's referring to. I don't like this too much. But you know what? Oh, that's definitely not what I wanted to do. But you know what? That piece of ground will never bother us again. Yep. Shows you how inexperienced I am with the bow. I forgot you're supposed to right-click to let go. But yeah, Cryogen, I think that's what he's referring to. Because he'll probably go into some detail talking about what's going into the base game, what people without the DLC are going to get, and then like they might either go into a separate bit or even a separate, no, probably not a separate video, but a separate bit in the video talking about what is specifically in the DLC. Where are you at? There you are. Okay. I figured you'd come this way. Smelled us from miles off real quick. Is it? Okay. Now we got 2 of them. This is less than optimal, but we can handle it. Well, that one stopped back there. This one's going to keep coming. I almost certainly didn't need to take that shot. But apparently moving the torch counts as them not seeing the torch. So we'll just keep on keeping on. We'll chalk that up to a learning experience. Really? Alright. We'll swap out the torch here. That's no sense taking chances. Get ourselves some nice flat ground between us and Wolfikins here. Alright, come on. Hurry it up, we're on a timer. Well, winged him. Don't like that he ran off that way. I'd rather he ran back the way he came from. But we also plugged him, so he'll be probably more likely he'll be too busy bleeding to come bother us again. You stopped taking chances with wolves because they felt glitchy to you? Yep, that is a sensible response, Tuna. Um, yeah, I like carrying around the guts and the meat and the hides and the whatnot, especially like in a zone where I know there is a whole mess of wolves. I would not normally do this, but one, you know, I've already killed a few, so I thinned their number. But also, ooh, a sody. Appreciate it, Carl Bob. Also, you know, there is some short-termism here because update again and all that. So if we're gonna play a little fast and loose with this character, you know, better this one than one we have an attachment to. I'm just gonna moonwalk my way across the bridge. I think I'm gonna do that. We're gonna moonwalk our way all across the bridge, unless there's something behind us. Not that I can see. We could probably zip through and, well, take our chances with closing the gate, but torch is almost out, so might as well make use of it. Well, bud, you had your chance. And we are leaving a shell casing behind, but you know what? At this point, I really can't be bothered. I just want to get somewhere where there's nothing trying to nibble on me. Non-consensually. Someone or something wants to do some consensual nibbling, hey, we'll talk. Okay, yeah, so we will drop the meat off outside. We'll let nature's freezer do its thing. Also let it acquire the earthy flavor that meat gets from sitting on the ground before being cooked. We'll take the hides and the guts to the indoors. I just said I was going to drop the meat off, didn't I? And then I completely neglected to do that. Good job, me. Okay, let's go over here. Making sure to click the drop button and not the eat button. Don't care how tempted you are. Alrighty. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 gut, 1 deer hide, 2 wolf pelts. There we are. And our birch saplings are continuing to cure. Okay, real quick, we will offload more stuffs, more feathers. Crow feathers are like were our big bottleneck as far as making ammunition or making well, arrows specifically. So those other kills are a big help. Oh, hey, look, another 3 liters of water I just happened to leave behind, and a whole stupid amount of cattails. Yeah, we left when we left Mystery Lake. When we cleaned that off, I think we had 104 cattails, or as it's also known, enough for now.
Can you
Hey,
move
Packer,
trees? Because I'm gonna
good to see you. Welcome,
eat a
welcome.
tree.
You are not going to eat trees, Astrid. Please do not be dramatic. Don't need any water putrefaction tablets just now. Okay, turn around. No, that's the locker. That's the locker we were just at. That's your bedroll. Now, do we have any heavy teas? Other than the birch bark. We do. But we'll plow through those first, because that will get us... Okay, well, we only had 2 of them, but that's something. We're not thirsty. Okay, well, there we go. That should make us a little thirsty, wouldn't you think? But no, we'll go ahead. We will nom on some cattails here. Halfway should do the trick. Okay, there we are. And Astrid is, could probably use a solid 9 hours. And yeah, there aren't any wires to sleep on here, so we should be fine if an aurora hits. But speak of the devil. And another. That's at least the second aurora we've had just since we started sleeping at the dam. I don't know if they're more frequent or if it's just like wacky rolls we've been getting. Go ahead and have these 2. Clear out some more weight from our inventory. There. And then drink. Probably get 1 more hour. Yes, we can see. Awesome. Those are about 2/3 of the way done. Put that extra can away. Don't need that. Okay. Well, okay, it is 10 o'clock. I've been going for 4 hours. That's going to be about it for me tonight, folks. This is an early start for me, unusually so. Tomorrow, Sunday for me, we will be at the usual time. 9 p.m. to midnight here, or it's 9 p.m. until at least midnight. 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. U.S. Eastern Time. Adjust your local clocks accordingly. But no, I have a I have a thing that is going to dominate my attention starting at 11 p.m. and I would not be able to function as an entertaining streamer were I to do that. So we're going to zone in, we're going to zone out, and we're going to call it a night. So where does that leave us? Day 25. Okay. 1 more day, and we're at a personal best. What's our skills? Cooking 3. Just about to get to archery 2. That'll be very much welcome. But everyone, thank you so much for coming by. I do appreciate you. Packer, good to see you as always. LD, Tuna, Cryogen, appreciate you dropping by. And, Chris as well. John, Helga, all you beautiful folks who came by, Will, and all you lurkers out there. I appreciate you as well. You are the people who help make the stream dream happen. So for now, I'm going to switch windows over here and let's see if we can find someone to raid and I can pass all you lovely people on to someone else. So let's see, who is playing the Long Dark tonight? Da, da, da. Let's see, Perfect Trip is doing. Kimmy, 2 days till Hypemas. Yeah, if I really wanted to be wacky, I could raid Acubins. I haven't actually. Yeah, I don't think I've ever rated Acubins. I don't know if any of you folks are familiar with Acubins. She is another long dark streamer. She plays in Korean, but she also speaks English, and I've hung out in her chat from time to time. So you know what? I think that's what we're gonna do. Yeah. So if you folks can join me and come along through the raid, I would greatly appreciate it. And then once we land, feel free to head off wherever it is you need to go. But yeah, so tonight is the tonight's a little wacky, but tomorrow back to the usual, and honestly, more of this. We'll squeeze in one more stream before Save Again happens, and we all our various and sundry wills and asterisks vanish into the ether, unless you're a console player, in which case you have time. But you'll also have to like dodge long dark streams for who knows how long. Actually, hang on. Before we do that, okay, would it be weird? Okay, let me know. Would it be weird to raid a Korean stream with non-Korean speakers? I'm open to. I'm open to. If people think that would be strange, feel free to tell me. We can go raid someone else. I like hanging out in Acubenz's stream, even if I only lurk. But if that's not cool for anyone else, I'm happy to be dissuaded. All right. All right. Okay. Yeah. Well, we'll go ahead and do it. If you folks want to head off wherever, go ahead. Feel free. Appreciate that, LD Tuna. Always great to see you folks. Um, yeah. Have a great Saturday. And if I don't see you tomorrow, have a great rest of your weekend. And strap in, everyone, because Hype Miss is very very nearly upon us. Alrighty. But yeah, take care of yourselves, take care of each other. Hope you have a great day, and I will see you folks tomorrow. Bye for now.